Yo, what's good, everybody? How y'all doing? I missed you. Oh, you feel like a hitman. Nice. Welcome in, Dub. This is this morning's little music sprint. I can show you guys how I made it. How are all of you doing? Bustiest Catbot, you were first. Happy Friday. Hope you're well. Nano, you finished something. Holy wow, Batman. Are we going to get to listen to it? Olivia's here, sending up hearts. What's up, Boo? How you doing? Visor music. Do we have an official Visor moment ahead of us today? VWNB been grinding hard on a mix down. Probably ready to go, right? Ad Rocky's got an actual microphone now. Hold on tight. Last mix he brought by, I thought he was using his new mic. Busty's Catbot, thank you for pointing out the inaccuracies in the intro slides. I'll get them tidied up. Ricky Akimbo! Happy Friday, homie. How you doing? Dub. Hope you're well, homie. Man, I'll tell you what. It's going to be 100 degrees here today. We're not built for 100 degrees, so let's hope I don't melt in front of you all. Anyone interested to see how this one was made? It's actually quite simple. We can deconstruct it really quick. Here, I'll turn up the volume. And we'll turn off these two things. This little guy actually sounds like this. Just a little thing. And then that's getting all twisted up inside a molecular. So it's here just to make some little sounds for us. We got this, which is actually just a beat. It's the large majority of it. Pretty simple pattern. Little molecular on it. And a couple passes of thermal to get it moving. And then some wind chimes. Some Thule. Which has got to be one of my favorite little instant reactor ensembles. It's great. And that's what gives you your Hitman ambience. I feel like we should just dive right in. I wasn't here the last couple of weeks. I've missed you guys. I want to know what you've been making. I don't really have a ton of updates, I don't think. I'm pretty sure I got a new sound pack posted for y'all before I went out of town, so if you are currently subbed to the channel, make sure you do go grab your free sound pack in subscriber rewards in the Discord. If you're here for feedback, make sure that you drop a track into public feedback. Let me just put a link to the Discord in the chat here. And I think that's about it. Wind chime R&B is your favorite genre. Now that's nice. That's nice. Ooh. Visors brought something that will turn up the heat even more. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, so we should have a plan. If I suddenly burst into flames midstream, can someone like call for help or something? There's got to be a benefit to doing this live, right? All right, so I need a notepad, don't I? That's what I'm missing here. Let me just grab that. Ooh, got it. Okay, and a Discord. Got it. I think I'm ready to go. Let's click into public feedback and see what we got here. That would be really nice if Gazelle just jumped in and saved the day. Oh, man. Wouldn't that be something? I have always respected the Gazelle. It's true. It's true. You know, one of these days, Trailer's going to walk back in the door and he's going to be blown away that we're still using this clip that he made years later. Oh, just reading your chat here, BWMB. I thought you were going to be, there's a benefit to bursting into flames. You spend less on energy drinks, I think, if you burst into flames. Okay, yeah, so the origin story of the subscriber Gazelle is that once upon a time, a few years back, I helped usher into the world a brand new DAW called Audio Design Desk. And this thing that we created completely changed how we put sound to picture. And it comes with a free demo, so everyone is allowed to download it and try it for free. It's Mac only. It's still around if you guys do want to try it. And one of our good friends in the community, Trailer, decides that he's going to download it and give it a spin. He's never tried putting sound to picture in any way. And this is a really cool program in that we've built it so that the QWERTY keys on your keyboard are triggers for sounds throughout the library. So if you hit D, you get a drone, and T gets you a transition, R gets you a rise, so on and so forth. So he goes in there, and the very first thing he makes, he finds some random clip of a Gazelle, just like a totally random clip, tosses it in there, and puts his first couple of sounds in there just by hitting a couple of random keys and hits export, and then uploads this for us that day to all laugh at, saying, hey, this is the first thing that I ever made. And we were like, that's great. It's so awesome. Like, we really do have to use this. We have to use it. It's a must. And it has been the subscriber alert ever since. So it's been that way for... What, chat? Help me out now. Who's been here since then? I mean, it's been several years. Yeah. It was just total in the moment. Busty's catbot saying, wake up every morning, instantly burst into flames. Great morning starter. Golden Tongue saying, I usually just do coffee. Oh, man. Eddie Cop, welcome in, homie. Happy Friday to you. Are you late? No, we're just getting started, actually. I just turned off background music. I've just clicked in to public feedback. We're going to see who's been posting what. I don't actually know where to start. There are a few here that were posted previously. Eddie Cop, I see you in here. I kind of feel like I'm just going to take roll call in the chat right here, and we're going to start at the top of this list, and whoever is in the room for the ones that were posted like last week when we were supposed to be streaming and then I got sick, we'll listen to those really quick, and then we'll get into the good stuff of this week. Sound good? You're not part of the spontaneous combustion grind set. Oh, man. Yeah, Ben was there. Nanowires was there for the trailer creation of the subscriber rewards clip. Adderall, coffee, and THC. That's my go-to. Makes the brain go brr, brr. 3 years, you believe? Okay. All right. I've got the original clip here. I could always check the date if we really, really wanted to know. Ooh, VWNB has 2 tracks queued up then, since we're going through these from last week. That's great. That's great. All right. You wake up every morning feeling like P. Diddy. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. Oh, they just announced the World Cup. Here we go. Nice. All right, kitty cats, let's do this. Is Ninja Star here? No, Ninja Star is not here. We are going to hit play on this because Ninja Star is never here at this time. This will be a good surprise for them. Make sure that if you are subbed, go hit the subscriber rewards channel in the Discord to grab your free sounds, if you're into free sounds. Let's listen to this first one from Ninja Star, saying, "This is probably the most chill thing I've ever made as a break from exam stress. It's a little repetitive, and I know the mixing is a bit off. That's all right. We'll give it a shot." All right, so Ninja Star, this is super cute. I think I like exactly where you're taking this whole thing. I do think it wants like a little counter melody or maybe like this trailing little harmony, or you could even play with a pitch shift delay on this. Something else that can kind of follow right behind. It sounds like a cute little character that wants a little sidekick next to it, is kind of the best way that I can describe what I'm feeling inside. Ed Rocky's saying little Rick Astley vibe. BWMB says swap out the leads for N64 sound fonts or chiptunes. Busty's Catbot saying a chord change halfway through or at the end of the loop would be really nice. Ed Rocky saying like some 80s I Love Life vibes. Yeah. Ricky Akimbo saying a soft arpeggio would be nice. I would agree with that. Maybe just like a little triangle wave, kind of filtered down, not doing too much to it. Just a little bit of vibrato maybe. I can feel that. All right. Eddie Cop. Let's see what you've made this week, shall we? Oh, wait. I don't even have a... There we go. Now we're here. You ready? I think I'm ready. Crusoe! How you doing, homie? Happy Friday. Welcome in. Let's listen.
It's far away, it is their world to explore. No shades of grey, cause that means something more. I am looking back, but there's nothing to see. All my paths were black, but I know I'm not ready for colors. Take me to our place, is the place where we feel so steady. Please just sing me melody, and we know we can now feel ready. if I try? What if I color this world? Is it enough, or do I need something more? Am I what I see, or I'm hiding inside? It's too much for me, but now I'm seeing right. Am I what I see, or I'm hiding inside? It's too much for me, but now I'm seeing right. All my colors. Take me to a place. Is the place where we feel so steady? Please just sing me melody, and we know we can now feel ready.
Okay. I think this one's super dope. I was not expecting this kind of a bass. Like when this track started at all. At all. It's very, very unexpected. And I think it's also a little bit too dominant overall. Um, at first I thought it was clashing in a way, but I think it's actually just the presence level. Like there's like an attention conflict happening here between your lead elements and this bass. So I think I'd bring the bass down a good 6 dB to start. It might go down as much as, say, 8 dB. I just feel like it's really trying to lead this, and it doesn't really need to. It is going to grab all of the attention regardless. Now the envelope, just the main amp envelope of the bass, I think that can be adjusted a bit over time, so a few more of these notes can be really punctual. The fact that the delivery of these notes is just slightly delayed is kind of running contrary to what the vocals are doing throughout the track and the really tight crack and drums, which is a really cool juxtaposition. But I also think that allowing us to see that it's all within your control makes it even more awesome. You know what I mean? So very, very worthy of the stank face. I can't hear anything in this that I really want differently other than the adjustments made to the bass. Once I was to hear those, it might register a couple of other little opinions. But this is my big one for you on this one. Couch Tracks! It's been a minute. How you been? How you been? All right, let's see what people in the chat are saying. This is a spicy track, man. This is super good. Busty is saying immediately like that. Chord progression and melody. Cover is 6, says Ricky. Guys are saying this is nice. Ooh, the octave flips. Yeah. Liv is loving it. Yeah, people loving this. This does have Liv written all over it, doesn't it? Yep, tiny little vibrato on the high bass, so spicy. Ooh, hey, listen to that. Now that is in the flow right there. Eddie Kopp saying, I wrote these lyrics in 30 minutes with melodies. Yeah, yeah. Yo, Danny's here. I am imagining it in the chat. How you doing? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. All good over there? All right. Yeah, I think that's what I got for you. That's a tasty track, man. I want more. Add Rocky. Yo, AD, is this with the new mic? This one's called Set Up to Fail. You're living the jet set, Danny. You're on the hustle right now. All right, this one's Ad Rocky. Super proud of you, Danny. Feel free to spam the chat with links.
I've been self-reflecting really hard, and it took a fucking Zen bar. Need a couple bills to finally just notice what a piece of shit I am. I don't even know how the fuck to start this song. I'm drowsy as fuck. I took a damn Xanbar, tryna kill myself, damn dog, I am gone. I'm not speaking about the high, man, I am not the person that I used to know, man, I am lost. I'm mad at myself, complaining about this fucking bitch who abused my ass a lot. What the fuck is this? I don't even got the right to be sad about it, because I did the same shit, though I love my chick. I let all of the dog shit hurt her cause I'm a pussy, can't stop it. I blame my trauma, the truth is that's not it. I'm just a piece of shit, chained like a bondage to my body, wishing to free it. Everyone around hated me, I'm a demon. Do not give a reason to me because I can see it. If my daughter dated me, then I wouldn't be breathing. I'm sorry, I'm a piece of shit. I'm sorry, you don't deserve to cry. I'm sorry, I'm a piece of shit. I'm sorry, you don't deserve to cry. When I'm up in pain, do I take an ounce of accountability? Doing things that is gonna hurt me, dog, I'ma do MJ and blame my trauma for my toxins, a stupid man. Choices that I know gonna hurt people willingly. I'm 21 thinking change a futility, and so I stopped trying to do it and stayed to the life that I'm used to. I'm clueless, I don't got the answers, was given chances to make a better life, man, I was dancing around my opportunities cause my acid wanted love from y'all instead of my planting money trees from the checks that was given from foster care. I spent that on romancing. I won a contest for a song that I made. I spent the cash on some coke, not on my passions. I'm sorry, I'm a piece of shit. I'm sorry, you don't deserve to cry. I'm sorry, I'm a piece of shit. I'm sorry, you don't deserve to cry. I'm probably gonna die cause I hate this. I wanna kill myself cause I ain't shit. You can baptize me 10 times but ain't shit gonna happen cause my sins make me Davis. Nothing is sacred. If it's glowing, I assume there's a flame lit. And start acting really cold, y'all, they ain't shit. Wrong with y'all, but my cold heart could never stay lit.
All right, AD, I think there's some really nice vocal details coming through. This new mic is feeling good. 110, I'm feeling like the guitar can be set a little bit more fully to the right. I kind of like what it's happening, where it's dipping into the center and a little bit to the left, but at the same time, it's kind of stepping in on the vocals there. So I feel like set it off to one side, don't make that quite as clever, and then add a little bit more volume change over time to it. Just put a little automation lane in there and just write in subtle little changes. I like the video, by the way. Super cute, simple, relatable. All right, so the backing vocal, the one that's saturated and filtered, I feel like it's got more saturation and kind of intentional focus on it. Like the more harmonics that are on display in vocals, the more irresistible they are, or the more in front of us they are, right? The more apparent they are. So that's really what this is. It's not that the main vocal isn't sitting right or anything. It's more just that it's the main vocal and this other one kind of dominates when it's in the same space. So finding a way to bring it to that same level of kind of forward presence right? And the easiest way to do that is probably going to be a couple of subtle passes of saturation on it. You're going to expose a little bit more of the kind of mouth feel and surface texture of the vocal performance. And then it's also just going to help that thing feel like it's just sitting up really straight, right? I think that would feel good. Also, when the main vocal comes back into play, I think the backing vocal can not just come down another like 2 dB, but it can also be moved further out to the side. I think that's one of the differentiators to create a little bit more space and distance between those two elements. I think that's what you can do there. Mouthfeel and surface texture. We are talking about food, man. Lyrics. Chew them up, spit them out. Ow. Ow. Few passes of saturation. Rokusai. Welcome in, brother. How have you been? It's good to see you. Hope you're all right. Here, dude. I will actually screenshot that for you so you don't even have to rely on your memory. About that. All right, not sure. Rokusai, your answer tells me that there's been a lot going on your side, and I got to catch up with you at some point. Sending you love, homie. I don't know what's been up, but I hope you're okay. Yeah, people are digging this one. Chat's busy. Parallel saturation is the magic. Rokusai is correct. Absolutely. It was a tad messy. Well, you know, there is something about the mess though. Like you don't want to clean that up entirely. You don't want to clean up all of that, or else you lose some of that aesthetic and sway that you've got in there, you know? Yeah. Oh, Rokusai, I'm sorry, homie. That sucks. That sounds like it is not good, dude. Not sure. TPP remix. 0.5. Let's listen. Ooh. Okay. Uh, wow. Yeah, this is really cool. Not sure. This might be maybe the favorite thing that you've brought in, actually, or my favorite thing that you've brought in. Um, it's really unique and very creative. Um, I want to hear the bass a little bit more as this kind of prevalent um, source of like a foundation from the very beginning. If you've ever listened to the band The Books, um, if you check through all of their songs, their bass is really, really consistent in the level and um, presence, position, all of that stuff. It kind of sets a standard for this type of music. Go ahead and give a listen to them. It's just a really, really comfortable kind of setting. 220. These little vocal chops are super nice, and I just kind of wanted to use these as the quick example for this little bit of feedback that can kind of be applied to all sorts of little elements that you're using in quick placements or juggling in different ways. It'd be great to hear these individual sounds saturated, and each one saturated fairly uniquely, right, with its own kind of attention to detail, its own kind of profile. But then also, I think that because of the way the sample triggering is happening, it would also feel good to have slight variations in the pan position. It doesn't necessarily have to be like, oh, that sound was over here and now it's over here, and that's just a sudden, surprising, and huge leap. It can be something really subtle, 5, 10 cents. It can have a really big impact over time. Um, I don't really want to say much else about this one. There's lots of other little things that we could talk about mix-wise, but I really like a lot of the unique decision making on display here. I do wish there was just a little bit more dynamic play, like a little bit more closer to silence in a couple spots, maybe a little bit more adventurous and soaring up to some highs. I also saw hey, Control 4 official, welcome in. I also saw some feedback from Dub saying, hey, maybe just a little bit more tension and release instead of feeling just tense or just release. And I kind of felt that in a couple of spots. So there might be just an opportunity in one of these places to create a really nice transition. You can sprinkle in 2 or 3 more elements of ear candy in a moment like that and kind of bridge that gap. Right, these tension builders, right, the thing that can kind of bridge between the creation of even more tension and then the actual release. Riser, little suck back, whoosh with the tail that carries over, and none of that being too tonal in nature, right? Allowing a lot of that to be more kind of texture based would allow you to not really, I guess, have to problem solve for more melodic or tonal instruments or elements in your mix. Help keep the focus intact for the listener and not really upset the aesthetic at all. So, some stuff to consider. I really like this one. I really, really like this one. And Ad Rocky's nailing it. It says, I kind of want a Radiohead Kid A type vocoder on the vocals, and for you to leave the best alone and go stupid with the distorted bass at the end. And the singing at the end is amazing too, by the way, he says. Yeah, I would agree with this. I think that people are liking this in the chat in general, but the things that are being said are all quite helpful, actually. I like this. I'd love to hear you explore this even further, honestly. And in regards to the vocoder mention that was just tossed out there, it would be cool if it was done in doses and not consistently throughout the track. So you add one more kind of timbre texture option in your toolkit. Okay, my name is Cisco. All right, this one's Baby 2. Oh, you want to thread on that one? Give me just a sec. All right. This one's Baby 2 from Seska. Ooh, yeah. Control 4 official saying would be cool to latch vocoder to MIDI and just trigger it that way. That would be cool because then you could really play off the sample trigger style that you've already established in this track. I agree with that. It would come across a lot more organic, playful. Oh, we got video. I'm going to move this over. All right. I like it. Here's my notes on it. I'd watch out for distorting frequencies below 60 to 80 hertz in this track. It just feels like it's a little heavy down low in general. So I would also add move the low end cutoff up to around 45 hertz. 12 dB per octave curve. I would also use less sub in the kick. These three things combined would give you a lot more and a presence and power in the presentation of the mix, but it's also going to bring a bit more clarity to the whole thing. It does have this kind of weight to it that I don't think is really necessary. Without it, I think it would probably come out of the speakers on more devices a little bit more readily. Main vocal, more atop the mix, I'd say add 4 dB or so. Guitar strums, I'd move them more out from center. They're sitting just to the left right now. I'd move them a little bit further, I think. And I bring the volume up maybe like 3 dB and consider using a subtle delay to extend the presence a bit in the mix during the verses. And then the outro bit where you're just kind of dancing on the sand, I would bring the vocal mix up just a little bit. I feel like bringing it down to the same level as everything and kind of it made it feel like background lounge outro or something. And I think that it should still maintain some sort of priority status in your mix there. Let's see what people are saying here. Yeah. Yeah, people are loving the really early 2000s kind of vibe in the video. Ad Rocky saying, this is 9 out of 10 in execution, 6 out of 10 in ideas, but the song very, very solid. All right, so he's a fan. That's good stuff. All right, W&B. Actually, I'm not seeing comments from Sesco here, so I'm just going to add this here. All right, W&B. This is official Hovercraft World Cup 2025 theme. And look at the cat. This cat's amazing. Control for official saying, mix is never perfect. Something got to give. This cat, though. Oh, hover cat. I said craft. Man. Sorry about that. Hover cat. All right. Hovercat. I love the energy. I think the piano's getting buried. Each time it came around, it was getting buried. And I think there's a couple of things happening there. One, I think the piano performance is a little quiet. When it's on its own, it feels that it's at the right level. But this kind of shines a light on one of the things here that I have in the list of feedback is volume change over time. I think greater volume change over time is needed, a way to create more dynamic scenarios throughout this thing. Surging and just otherwise changing volume levels throughout this thing. So for instance, there's the laser takeover, right? So I bring this pitched synth down a bit to create more room for the keys. When the keys are present in the mix, you can bring them back up when the keys are not present in the mix. And that's just one example of just one thing that could be automated over time. But if you get a whole bunch of that stuff happening, now all of a sudden, when we've got these really busy moments in the mix, we're going to have so much movement happening that we're going to quickly come into focus as the listener, right, on each one of these elements as we're moving through time with you, rather than encountering kind of this wall of interesting things all happening at once, and they're kind of all around the same volume level, but there isn't a lot of change over time in relation to one another, right? There's just more change over time in regards to what kind of sounds are being triggered in one moment to the next, or where they might be going. So I would take a look at that. I would also point out that the middle is pretty busy, so I try to move a few elements away from center to allow the vocal and the drums to deliver their energy a little bit more consistently over time. Already mentioned the volume changes. Around 2 minutes, you can hear that the piano is feeling a bit on its own. It feels better when it is on its own. So this is both a mix and an arrangement thing. It's a balance. It's a level and position balance equation, but it's also an appropriateness conundrum almost, right? Like, should the piano come in exactly when it does? It feels great when it's on its own. It does feel as though there's, if not conflict, there's certainly competition when it first does arrive back in the mix. So sit down, ask yourself, is that actually really the best spot for it to come back? If it is it the right way to bring it back? All of those kind of questions are relevant at that point. And I think that making those volume changes and forcing yourself to kind of prioritize those sounds from one moment to the next is going to help just kind of create the actual flow of this track, because the arrangement is there, but it doesn't necessarily feel as though there's a huge amount of organic emotional flow to this, arc to this, and that will come when you start carving the volume peaks a bit, I think. Yo, Tomba's here. How you doing, homie? You got a new computer up and running? Control 4 official says, I have the urge to get up and run to this one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's good. Ooh, okay. Nobody's saying get ready for some sick, literally, visuals. Oh boy. Oh boy. Tumba's here, alive, but in severe financial debt. All right. I should not laugh at that, actually. I'm sorry. It sucks to have your stuff wrecked, obviously. I'm going to move this over. Should I? I think I'm going to, because nobody's got some visuals here for us. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play on this and see what he's cooked up. This is called Pioneer V2. What are we about to see? Okay. All right. So nobody. This is pretty dope. I would say I'd love to challenge you to create a more visceral connection by bringing in added textures, pulses, rumbles to really get the infrasound effect and the feeling of growing tension and motion over time. But then also, all of these visuals, they're upsetting and unsettling visually, but without the reinforcement of this kind of visceral connection. It doesn't carry the same kind of weight that it could. So just imagine, think heartbeats, viscous liquid responses to things that are gooey or weird or slimy or whatever, fluorescent bulbs flickering in the room, right? These tiny little small details that we're seeing, I feel like if you can bring more of those to life, it won't just have a far greater impact on the soundscape, but you'll definitely get a lot more views and listens because people will be trying to figure out like just why and how it's affecting them so much. If you really want a good window into this type of thing, if you look at some of the trailer pieces that have been created for American Horror Story, which is an FX original, I think. Television program has been running for several years. Anyway, if you look at some of their trailer pieces, like their commercials, so 30 seconds or less, right? They're trying to communicate a great deal of unsettling stuff without disclosing more than just like a general theme, right? And in order to do this, they rely heavily upon this type of methodology where there is this kind of deep looming tension that's kind of ambient and abstract, but then also there's just these very, very hyper realistic, super saturated sound effects on display everywhere. And then they don't really have to rely on dialogue or anything because everything is being communicated directly through feeling and like gore almost, or the responses to it. Anyway. Yeah, those intros are. They're hypnotic and they're engrossing and yeah. All the horror visuals and concepts, but still missing the one thing that inspires the most fear, the IRS. Good one, Danny. Gotta respect the gazelle. Don't forget, if you are currently subbed to the stream, you can go grab free sounds from the subscriber rewards channel here on the Discord. So go do that. Go do that. If you are currently subbed, go do that. Appreciate you, Mike. Ricky Akimbo. It is you. This is called Welcome to the Show.
I feel like we're just getting started. The crowd's at the door and I can hear them knocking. They're marching in, they're sitting down when the show begins. Your feet will be off of the ground. Welcome to the show. We've been on the road for a long time. We've been on the road. We've been saying that for a long time. For a long time. If you didn't know, we've been on the road for a long time. We've been on the road. So welcome to the show. Welcome to our show. I'm starting to feel like we're getting the groove down. Crowds up with the people ready to move now.
All right. Man, my typing is just all over the place. Ricky Akimbo, I think there's some really nice vocal layering here. I think that as a group of elements, the vocals can be processed further to help them glue together and create a little more depth and separation. All this would add up to them feeling even larger and dominant. So part of this would be going in and where you have the first backing vocal, it's panned over to the right, say like 7 or 9 cents. Let's make that like 12 or 15 cents. And the next one that's moved over, let's move it over just a few more too. And the same ones on the left. So stagger them out just a little bit. So it's just a little bit bigger, a little bit wider footprint, sonically speaking. And then I think that a couple passes of saturation. And there's also some the way that the reverb is being applied, I think that some of the saturation on the individual voices is pre send effects, right? This is just to help define and outline each one of these sounds, kind of bolster each one individually. But then as a group, including the reverb, I think all of that can kind of be warmed up, kind of sweetened up as one big batch of elements. And that can be done with some saturation, and that can actually further define what we're hearing from the vocals, but it can also help just kind of to gel all of that together, the everything. The compression, the EQ, the reverb, all of that together. The volume changes. The drums want some saturation to keep pace with the guitars and the vocals. They need to just feel a little bit more beefy. So probably overdrive. And the guitars can be pushed to a far greater tonal apex. I feel like there are some times where there is a great deal of energy being poured into them or coming out of them, but it's not actually translating as something that's really huge and hitting us in the face in the mix. And a lot of that is just because I think it's all been mixed together. So if you get if you tear this into a few different groups, right? You got your drums, you're going to mix all those together. And you got your vocals, you're going to mix all those together. And you got your guitars, you're going to mix all those together. You get them all feeling really, really good. And now you start to bring them in as individual processed groups in this thing. I think it's going to treat you a little bit better than trying to have the compression respond to all of these different elements and have the whole mix feel better for it. I don't know that that's actually going to happen with this track. You've got a lot of big emotional arc elements, and you've also just got a lot of very big sound elements. You can't do a wall of guitar sound without affecting the rest of the mix, right? So group processing, I think, is a really good takeaway here on this one. Really solid track. Really solid track. Notice that like absolutely nothing is being said about the palette of sounds or anything else. This is all just like final touches, mix fix, you know? Ricky's saying vocals are heavily panned, like they start around 50%. Okay. Well, then there might be something to be said about that amount of spread. Maybe it's a desire to have them just a little bit closer together in some spots. None of those positions have to be static. Every single parameter is open and available for automation, right? So, for instance, like shifting them all a little bit more towards center during the chorus, for instance, might feel really powerful, right? And really focused. Play around with that. Rokusai is saying the mix does need quite a bit of work. The rhythm section is not really supportive of the music and feels flat and underpowered. The vocal stacks are really cool, but they're overwhelming the drums. I think the drums is where you can make this track shine. Also, placement in the stereo field is something that is lacking. It feels like a wall of frequencies instead of individual instruments having their own place, and perhaps OMLab can expand upon this. Yeah, I think part of that is going to be the batch processing, right? The mixing things individually and then finding a space for them specifically in the mix. And then also part of that is just backing off of this kind of homogeneous compression idea, right? That the more energy that's being pumped out of this mix, it's counterintuitive, but it's bringing more flatness to the mix because everything is popping off, so everything's getting brought down. So personally, that's what I would do. I would try to reclaim some of the dynamic range by bringing in these individual elements like building blocks, right? And then bringing those levels into balance with each other. And yeah, absolutely. The wall of sound is there for a reason, Crusoe, right? Like, we love the wall of sound. The only thing that's detrimental about the wall of sound is in the mix when things become too dominant. We hear it with super saws too, right? It's just something that happens, and it's just a byproduct of that level of intensity is really all it is. So you just have to pick and choose when it's going to be present, and then that allows you to work around it, not through it. So, Catbot saying a wall of sound is good if it's based on a focal element, not everything fighting for attention. Rokusai saying, Crusoe, me too, but there's a difference between a wall of sound and a wash of sound. You want the first, not the latter. Yeah, and it can be really tough. It can be really, really tough too. It's super, super, super tough. And sometimes you actually just have to make more bold choices in the mixing that you're doing. Sometimes you absolutely eliminate an element altogether in a moment that you were fighting with, and everything opens up. So just got to poke around. Crusoe. All right. HS and Tails Get Back Home remix. Oh, just really quick, Crusoe, I see your comment about what if the element is the wall? Then that is when you let it shine. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, when you want the wall, boom, you put it in there, and that is everything. Like, the entire moment becomes that thing, right? It's like when The Who really started working on the wall of guitar kind of sound, right? And when they stacked up those guitars in such a way, like, there actually didn't need to be anything else happening. And that was kind of why those moments were so magic. So I totally agree. The wall of sound it's critically essential. All right, let's do this.
Get back home.
Yo, Crusoe, this is rad. I love the big soundscape, the great spread. I think the loudness is really the only thing rubbing me the wrong way. It's really loud for what it is, and the individual sounds in the mix aren't having it. You can hear that there's this kind of rattle when loudness is peaking in spots. There's actually this kind of clipping that's happening. And also at 210, there's like this kind of come down moment, and you've got the gentle guitars, but it's all just really up here. So I would say that your commercial value, your placement value, right? The ability for this to work in other people's projects and for the emotional aspects of it, for it to translate for everyone, I think it all just kind of needs to come down. I would aim for like a neg 13 at the hottest, personally, on this one. And I think that part of this too is that some of these sounds are starting a little hot in your project. So you might want to go back and just bring down the levels of your actual clips in your project too. It does feel like it's starting a little early, the loudness race in this one. All right, let's see what the chat is saying. I like everything else about this one. I don't have any other qualms in this one. Let's see. Squid Pie Meowface, that is a fantastic name. That's a fantastic handle. That's great. Saying Vibey. Busty's Catbot saying, already really liking this. 80 Cop saying, yeah, lovely. Tomba saying snare needs a little bit more clarity. VWNB says vocal tone is a bit too present hissy to me. I can see why you want that because it's Owl City time. It's sparkly and wonderful, but it causes fatigue. I'd say that's actually just a byproduct of the loudness. I think all of this is actually mixed quite nicely. I think that all of the fatigue comes from the loudness. That's what my gut says after doing this for so many years. Here we go. Roku Sai saying, yeah, this has to do with the amount of limiting and compression on the master bus. It's pressing too hard, which makes the hissing happen. You get overexcitement of high frequencies. Yeah, Roku Sai is saying neg 16, and that's exactly what I would put this at typically. And that's actually the same exact spot that stuff gets turned down at on the streaming platforms anyway. But even more than that, it's more about the integrity of the music, the instruments, and the style of music, the genre. It just isn't begging for electronic music mixing is really what it is. I think that's really what this one is. It's going to feel really, really comfy at a lower luff. Roku's saying, yeah, this track is cool and the mix is pretty solid. It's just getting wrecked by the master limiter. Just backing off it can be enough, or perhaps even the choice of what kind of limiter you use. Yeah, absolutely. Mike's saying, I bought a kazoo for you guys. I'm going to use it to make pseudo guitar solos. I love kazoos. Kazoos are great. All right, Catbot. Catbot here saying collab with a friend using their vocals. Did something outside of my wheelhouse, and I think I did pretty well. Okay. This one's called Happy.
One time I tried to give up, but you hide it. Talk about a cut through the heart, now you hide it. I wish that I could make someone so happy, but you couldn't never be happy. I said, so what you got and you need it. I fucked it up, and you did what you hated. I wanna tell you something you can look up to it. I couldn't lie, and you take it out on me.
Yo, K to the Catbot. Outside of your wheelhouse and doing pretty well. Yeah, I think the bass is kind of swallowing the world whole here. It's a little greedy. So I think the volume mix can be rebalanced. I'd bring the vocals up and the bass down. I appreciate your desire for buried vocals in spots, and I think that at 136, for instance, this understated position on the vocals is super awesome. But when the bass comes back, it gets swallowed hard, and the frequencies, the whole soup is simmering, and the vocals didn't change, so uh, we can't hear the individual syllables being uttered. We can't get past all the bubbling soup. Is really what it is. And I think a lot of this is just going to be volume mixing, but that said, I think the bass can be EQ'd a little bit better too. And compression can be used on that bass to keep the peaks in line, so it's not really going above a certain point. Um, yeah, you could even go so far as to use a responsive EQ. You can use a side-chained vocal input on the bass EQ to duck it in the mids when the vocal is actually present in the mix, right? So it kind of it helps to maintain balance by removing the most competitive frequencies only in the moments that it needs to. So each time that mouth opens, the bass dips in that spot. That's one of those things you could do. Start with the volume. The easiest solution is usually the best. Um, it's cool to hear you playing with something entirely different. Hmm. Mike is asking, what if as the song progresses, you make the vocals interestingly buried because there's ear candy in there waiting to be devoured? Yeah, absolutely. I think I think what it really comes down to, and we could even go back a few tracks to when we were talking about the wall of sound and how there are certain moments where certain elements can really shine as they are without having to work through them. You can just work around them. This is similar to the last track where we have a clarity issue, right? Because so many things um, are kind of coinciding, and when the volume levels are out of whack, it can make it feel like there's a lot more wrong than is. This is actually close. I would get in there and rebalance the volume and just remember that, like, EQs and mixers, as simple as they are, just the accenting or attenuation of volume control on specific elements or parts of specific elements is largely what you need the large majority of time. It really is. It really is going to come down to that level of simplicity. It really is. Hmm. Yeah, Tomba's saying this could be really killer if the mix is fixed. Um, so I agree. I agree with the sentiment of the I like the buried vocals, and I think that they are really cool when they are in the right spot. Um, but just being really responsive to what's happening in the music and just being really realistic about what's happening in the music is going to be what gets you the best sounding music, the best responsiveness for your music. So. Busty's Catbot saying, mixing is the thing I am the worst at. Mixing is the thing that requires time and patience because it's all about perspective in regards to your problem solving skills. Until you've been through something enough times that you can actually depend upon your own recall to just get right out of that situation, or better yet, to avoid getting in that situation entirely, there's the struggle. Like, that's part of the learning process, right? Um, I don't think any of us really feel like we're superheroes on a mixing board until we actually get that perspective. What up, Zeke? How you doing, homie? Gotta respect the gazelle. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Squid Pie Meowface saying, thanks, I was hacking one in Ableton using an envelope follower to mod Freakgrain, and this seems easier. Yeah, these simpler fixes are where it's at. 100%. Dub says, brutal feedback preferred as always, adding vocals soon. This track is called Breathe. It is currently an instrumental. Let's listen. Yo, Dub, I dig this. Freshies, this is good. Okay, vocal, a bit more up on top. Same with the dialogue at the end, 6 dB up. Just get it right up on top. 203, very cool original stuff on display in this one. It's really good stuff. And Rokusai saying, do want a bit more fills with the kick snare pattern. It feels a little too static against the nice juxtaposition with the rest of the track. I would agree with that. And also, I think there's just a couple of opportunities here that you can cash in on. Both are really simple and small. I think that 220, you've got this openness to play with some micro tuning and or detuning. Just really, really simple. You have our attention. You've got the soundscape opened up for it in this moment. We're all kind of zoomed in and ready. 256, there's an opportunity to use that breath. There's this really great snapshot of this breath. And if you were to just grab onto that and continue to use it, manipulate it rhythmically here as a fill, it would be super dope. And I think you can borrow that same idea and have it translate into another fill with a different element earlier in the mix too. It doesn't have to be just the drum kit doing the fills, I guess is what I'm saying. You could also choose to keep that breath around as an additional rhythmic element in your groove from that moment forward, which would be a really interesting kind of evolutionary step in this. Again, dialogue up at 333. This is a good track. This is a good track. What kind of pasta are you making, Ben? W and B. Oh, you know what? I didn't hear from Dub on this one, so I'm actually going to put this into a thread. All right, W and B. It is you. This one is Saw Emitter Maintenance Guide Theme. Here we go. Yo, WMB, this is cool. I think the ARP, and in the beginning, the ARP is making it harder for us to focus on the piano performance, and I think that the juxtaposition is cool, but we need to find greater separation between the two elements to find the better balance. So stereo field position is probably one thing. When we look at the pan pots on this track right here, I'll just zoom in down here. If I right click on this, you can see stereo pan, balance, or binaural panner. If I click into stereo pan, you can see that I now have the ability to focus the width of the stereo position. Something like this might help a great deal in what you're working with over there. Also, 204, you've got these big kind of orchestral cinematic impacts that are cool. It'd be nice to coordinate them with some more cinematic transition effects rather than that same riser wind up each time. I think it would just give it a more kind of nuanced flavor and something that's a little bit more in line with your track, not just the genre that you're producing in. Because I think those are two pretty different things, right? You're actually exploring pretty creatively here, and I think that your palette can help represent that. You know what I'm saying? American Josh, dude, welcome in. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, absolutely. Pegboard nerds vibe. Absolutely. Hmm. STP, welcome in, homie. How you doing? Roku Sai saying individual per voice separation in a supersaw is where it's at. Control 4 official, we have not played yours yet. Tripolar the band, we do. We review any genre and just drop it in the Discord queue and public feedback and chill out. I think that's what I got for you here on this one, W&B. Everybody ready for an official visor moment? Visor moment. This is the first time, this is Visor speaking. This is the first time I made a triplet track that included AI vocals made from input audio of my melody. P.S. I absolutely love the third bar of the vocals melody where it says, steps like thunder. Okay, let's listen.
will snap, the night will rain. The horror runs inside our veins. Blood moon rising, shadows bend. Fear's the only loyal friend. Screams and runs will never end. We're the ones they can't defend. Veins of ash, the skies ignite. Cursed by whispers in the night. Every step's a final fight. Graveborn claim the endless night. Feel the darkness take control. Hear the echo steal your soul. This is where the lost will go when the crimson rivers flow. Feel the darkness take control. Hear the echo steal your soul. This is where the lost will go when the crimson rivers flow. Go deeper, run faster, burn brighter, break never. Shadows close, the world turns still. Blood runs cold and always will. In your grave, we're born anew. The dark will always welcome you.
Visor? Dang, dude. Um, do you feel as though you've had a little level up recently? I gotta say that you are finding your textures and your volume balance a bit easier these days. The vocals are sitting incredibly well up on top of this mix too. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay, so this vocal chop has a super solid timbre for this intro. It's a great vibe. At 31 seconds. Okay, so I like the pitch bend synth, but there's this one that I think you should skip this one pitch bend at 31 seconds or 30 seconds, whatever it was. It just conflicts with what's happening there right after that transition or right at the transition. But let it get back to normal right after that. Keep all the timing the same. So I think it works after that. Nice switch up at 347, like the hard style drop. Yeah, Dub, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't really have a lot for you on this one, honestly. I feel like you've certainly leveled up again in regards to your ability to balance all of this stuff. And I really like what you're doing with the AI vocals in there too. Oh, my microphone is not happy. Why are you not happy? It is falling all over itself. I hope it's not breaking. Oh, well, here you go. Look at this. VWMB jumping right in here in regards to the microtuning, saying some synths have it, like in Vital, you can map an LFO to fine tuning or fine pitch or whatever it's called in Vital. Some have it here. Okay, so micro tuning can be a little bit different than just affecting the fine tuning on something. Affecting the fine tuning on something that's got voicing control already active. In other words, if you've got any kind of voicing spread engaged, the detuning is really going to be affecting that. The micro tuning is a little bit different. It's actually the tuning of the notes that are triggered when you hit your keys on your keyboard. So what I was saying earlier in regards to, hey, this could be an opportunity for you to play with some micro tuning. You could affect the tuning of your synth, and some synths have this as a built-in feature. Some you actually have to dial in yourself, like with key tracking. Detuning is a little bit different, where you're taking the tuning of one voice and altering it so it can actually be differentiated from another voice in action, right? So if you've got two voices on one synth and they're exactly the same tuning, you're not going to hear any difference. But as soon as you create a little bit of difference between those two voices, you can hear this kind of swirling and beating and phasing start to take place. And that's where you've got these kind of opportunities, like in your track, Dub, where you've got this moment where our attention is greatly focused and there's not a lot happening in your mix, and you've got these bass notes just kind of resonating in the air. If you play with just the tuning or the detuning of those, it could be really interesting because it hasn't happened in any other moment in that track, and then it probably won't happen again after either. But it's this cool kind of unsteadiness, uneasiness that you're in full control of that makes it feel fun and kind of experimental and almost dangerous in a way. So. Oh my goodness. Well, let's see here. What is Roku size referring to? Let's see here. What is it? It's A is 22440. What is this C? Is this just a off, slightly sharp C? We have these supercomputers up in our skulls that are interpreting the world around us for us, and we don't actually get to ever experience what's actually happening for real. I've always wondered just how different my version, like my experience of a sound, is from your experience of the same sound. It's like the old thought experiment of, well, is my shade of purple the same exact hue of purple that you see when you say purple? I don't know. We've been trained to have the same response to the same words, but are the colors the same? I don't know. All right, let's get back to music, shall we? Control 4 saying, bro, all frequencies are not the way brain perceives them. Put the beer down, brain. Nano. A complete song, right? Is this a fully complete song? A song that was finished? Let's see, shall we? $432, right, which is just slightly flat from a standard A, right? Because standard A is sitting at 440. All right, so let's play this. This is Nano. Hey. Get back here. Right back to the beginning. There you go. Dude, these high little zipping frequencies are awesome. I think the drums are needing some energy in this. I think they just need to be saturated a good deal and then modulate that saturation so there's actually some movement to the delivery of those drums. Um, yeah, nothing super chaotic or anything. Uh, but I want to feel like a nice Trent edge to them. You know what I'm saying? Rokusai is saying, Omlab, it's funny, this ARP, the Nanomade, sounds like how my old Waldorf Blofeld sounded out of the box. Funny how people are trying to recreate the analog era still. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's part of the simplicity. I think it's part of the simplicity of higher Trent, got it. That Ben is always chasing. It kind of lends itself to this, you know? He doesn't have a whole bunch happening in these tracks, so we're able to just kind of focus on the meat of these waveforms. Music that sounds new is hard. Hmm. Hmm. Control 4 official saying, I think it's the cold and warm tone that analog has, but specifically the transition in between that makes analog magic possible. Hmm. Digimon. Analog monsters. There we go. Ben, it's good to hear you, dude. It's good to hear you. I would love to hear these drums beefed up. Let me know after you've talked to Trent. Something good. Ooh. All right. Everybody grab a glass. Oh, wait. This one's called Poop for Breakfast. Happy Friday, y'all. Let's listen to Poop for Breakfast. Maybe we just put the glasses down now, folks. Oh. Oh, man. 1 minute, 3 seconds. Not enough. 1 minute, 3 seconds. Something good. This is tasty. Is FM keys? 3 seconds too many. You going for a nice even round number there? This is good. Is this something you're cooking up for the album? Control 4 official says it ended unexpectedly as it started, which makes me wonder, was it a product of my imagination? It's like a cutout. Rokusai says, true, but the thing is that it still goes through a DAC as an output, so it has to turn the signal into actual electricity. There's something about it when you record it back through your interface compared to just a VST. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, Rokusai. It's the conjuring into reality. It's the act of rendering it for our ears. in real time. Yeah. 2040. Oh man. If I have to wait until 2040 for a full album from something good, I'm going to flip this table. Someone hold my computer. Oh, hey, there's a sample pack from Nano. What did you do, Nano? Potential dangerous download. Okay. James. It's electricity. Liv, I love your art there. Rokusai says, and to add, it also gets influenced by the direct in on your interface, which warms it up a bit more. Yeah, it's true. I mean, we talk about it all the time, right? Just passing the signal through something. Sometimes that's all it actually needs. Sometimes you just have to run it through that something like 3 or 4 times, and then it starts to feel good. Control 4 official saying what happens is every DAC introduces a little bit of jitter, and it's that jitter that gives you that feel. Yeah, kind of like how coffee gives us that jitter, right? And then we're vibing. We're like, yeah. Couch tracks. This one's called To Kids.
Do it. Do it.
Yo, Couch, I think this is super awesome. I'd love to hear just a little bit more dynamic range, so there's a little bit more perceived space and distance between the sounds. There's a really nice reverb that you're using, and it feels like there should be a little bit more space to this room that we're in, and yet there isn't that much distance between all the sounds. So there's a little bit of inconsistency there between what we're hearing and what we're perceiving in the space, if that makes sense. 218, great transition. The moments before this, though, it felt as though complexity took a little dip. Like there wasn't quite as much different on display there for just a little bit. And I'm thinking if maybe just a little bit of modulation of all those underpinnings on display right there is all you actually need to make it feel like there wasn't really a dip in that energy. I mean, other than that, this thing just has non-stop. It's like, I'm at a loss for words for this. It definitely pushes against expectations, but it's more just the I think it's the satisfaction. There's like this huge amount of satisfaction with each little surprise that you're throwing at us. The timbre and the surface texture of each element and the timing of the delivery, it's all kind of coinciding in just the right ways. I think I saw Rokuside mention Woolgo over there, and I was like, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Control 4 says, hey, it's epic. Thanks for digging it, everybody. Absolutely. Yusuf. This one's called Sandman, featuring Yoni. Ooh, Enigmatic Records worthy track, to be honest, says Rokusai.
I'm dreaming, I talk to myself, envisioning a dreamland, sleepwalking the realm. I live there, I breathe there, I'm under a spell. Well, this fantasy is like a drug, and I don't wanna deal with come downs. Reality is not enough. I never wanna see the sun down, and I'm not really in a rush. I'd like to stay till the world is ending. I'm pretending to live inside of my mind where I'm in control. I don't really mind to be all alone. Sandman, my eyes can't open no more. This is where I'm euphoric. Oh, don't wake me up, I'm in my prime. The feeling of floating so high and well, no longer misled by my life. I'm searching deep, but what's inside? Only waiting on the planes to fly, and limits my imagination wide. So let me dream until I reach the sky. I wanna wake up to the world is ending. I'm pretending to live inside of my mind where I'm in control. I don't really mind to be all alone. Sandman, my eyes can't open no more. This is where I'm euphoric. To live inside of my mind where I'm in control. I don't really mind to be all alone.
Love the change up there at the end. Okay, so fun panning here in the intro. I was thinking it might be kind of cool to play with some very subtle delay on the main vocal. Maybe it's just in that one section. Allow some of the echoes to be panned alternately in some places. Do it really tastefully and very subtly, very minimally. I think it'd probably be really nice. Lots of really good lyrics in this track. It's got this kind of larger than life, kind of dreamy, almost got like a cinematic appeal to it. This kind of big post rock kind of big spread on it. Okay, the vocal is blending with the music in places, which, on one hand, the effect is cool, but it is also a little bit confusing, a little disorienting, because the listener does tend to lose track of where all the sound is actually coming from, I think. So this is like an artistic question, I guess, is, are you wanting the vocals to get caught up in the music like that and get kind of swept away in spaces? Because if so, if you want those lines blurred, then bravo and well done. But if not, and you want there to be greater separation, which is truly understandable, then I think that there's a couple different things at play here. There's some EQ work and some compression that needs to be done, and probably a little bit more volume control in different points in the track, so we can kind of force the attention or the focus with all of this. Yeah, it'd be good to know what exactly your ideal is in this. And since I'm not seeing you in the chat right now, I'm going to go ahead and assume that we are asynchronous right now. Rokusai saying, that vocal is having a bit of friction on the low end of that bass, needs a bit more separation. I'd recommend a dynamic EQ so you don't lose the tonal quality of the bass. Sneezy G, welcome in. Happy Friday. Yeah. I don't see you in the chat, so I'm going to put this into a thread. All right, next one up is Control 4. Ooh, what have we got here? What have we got? Let's listen.
Legends spoke of Brawley, but legends weren't enough. Brawley is not a man. He is a force of nature. Brawley, the storm in human form. Brawley.
Oh man, I thought I had another minute to type here. And there are a few elements that feel like the mids have been deflated a bit, like that single tom hit. All right, let's just go up to the top here. I think there's serious RPG vibes in this intro. And I think that the intro has all the right pieces, but they feel a little unglued. They don't really feel like they're fully gelled. When the whole mix comes into play, I feel like things are quite well put together. But in that intro, I felt like it felt like individual sounds all being played in sequence, not something that had been fully realized in the same way as your full mix. The dialogue VO can have a beefier profile, something a bit more dominant and accenting the low end of the voice just a bit more, maybe like around 110 or so, you get a little bump in there. Then bring it up a good 7 to 8 dB, I think. Think like Knight Rider. If you've ever, it's a throwback show from like the 80s. But the intro and the music from it are quite notorious. Easy to find. Sounds like some individual sounds may have been EQ'd a little bit too tightly. You usually hear me say, hey, go back through your mix and take out as many low-end frequencies as you possibly can. In this one, I feel like maybe some low-end frequencies could be added back to a couple of sounds. There's just a few things that feel just a little light in there. It doesn't have to be in conflict with the bass by any means. And there's also just a couple of things that I hear in the mix that feel like they're a little flat in the mids. There's this one single tom hit that gets hit as part of this kind of repeating rhythmic element. I feel like that could probably just be saturated to get a little bit more ring out of it. Your highs all feel pretty good. So it's just a little bit of lows in some of the elements, mids in a couple of elements. Those are the tonal kind of punctual perk sounds, I think, mostly. Let's see what people are saying in the chat here. Rokusai saying those big plucks in the intro can defo have their low end. Just keep it under control. They feel a bit flat without the low end. VWMB saying wanting more mids when the saw goes eep. Sneezy G saying the knock resonant on the plucks is neato. Hey, nice. No, I don't think the highs are too highs, and I don't think you have it too bright. But I definitely agree. I go conservative on the cutoffs. Anything that even borders on fatiguing, that's when you know that it's justified to tap it down a bit. It's true. All right. I'm going to hit the pause button for just a second and go hit the bathroom. So I'm going to turn up the volume over here. Let's turn this back on. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Yo! We are back. Let's see here. Where were we? Ooh, yeah. Rokusai here with a pro tip saying you can automate the cutoff points per section of the track to make it feel more organic. So it can be bigger at places where there is no drums and smaller where you have a lot going on. Yeah. All right, so Alt 74. Looks like you are next. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's Sneezy G. What you got here? Is this full on video here? Let me move this over. We got sound? Yes, we do. Just going to let you know if this is 10 minutes solid of this, we won't listen to the whole thing. I'm going to needle drop. All right, so as far as noise goes, it's pretty all right. I like the visuals that are going through it. If you're looking to just put something in front of people that they're going to listen, you know, like sleep music, study music, different types of noise, that type of thing. I don't think I've seen one that has like glitchy, chaotic visuals before. So it definitely would kind of stand out as on its own. I will say though, that's kind of where the value stops in a track like this, especially on YouTube, because there are so many out there that go places, right? The noise soundscapes that evolve over time are something that people would listen to for 10 minutes with great interest and probably keep in a playlist. They would turn to it again, maybe share with a friend, but the consistent noise that doesn't waver over time, that kind of falls into the like sleep noise, sleep assist kind of category. So it depends on what you're really aiming for. The visuals of this kind of run contrary to what most people would probably end up feeling about this type of noise track. All right, that said, Danny, you are up. Imagine it. Let's see what you've made. Dropping a little remix I did for a comp a couple of weeks ago. Ooh. Okay. This is Snowblind, reimagined by Imagine It. Josh, no, you have not.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. tonight. Come with me. Blindly running away from my past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the lies. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. Oh, so blind. Out of sight and out of just fall to the right, let the lines get red, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free.
Dude, I love it. The reimagined mix, I love it. These quick little drum fills, the guitar work. I love how you brought everything down. Yeah, the original's like super maximal, so you've gone and you've progged it. That's great, dude. I feel like you can't help yourself now. You are a guitarist now. Okay, so I love the surging energy out of this last transition. I feel like this was kind of the pinnacle of the arc here, and it's lovely. Like how everything just comes right back in. It's full energy. You got the pulse kind of driving everything. It's lovely. I kind of want that last guitar element up though in the section in the outro section. Yeah. Some awesome doubles and harmonies that weren't used in the original, so I let those mostly take the track in its direction. Yeah, I like it. Oh, hey, look at that. Offering to master it even. That's nice. Yeah. Let us know when you have it mastered. Always good to hear you, Danny. Razvan. What do we got here? We've got, these are my first songs ever. Ain't released them. Still trying to learn and stuff since they're my first songs. Appreciate honesty. Also, Judge Me Wrong is a sum of a bit different. Also, I've been following since March 8th, 2023, but only started this week to try and make music. Okay. Okay. Got to keep it super secret. You keep everything super secret until it's released, and then it's not a secret anymore. Oh, dude. Not much, right? Just kicking it with the folks over at East West. That's all. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. That's all. Ah. Well, I wish you all the luck, my man. Seriously. You're going to kill it. Of course it's strange. Of course it's strange. You are arriving. It feels strange. Let's see how long these are, because I don't know that I see you have a third one down here. I don't think we have time for 3 of these, but let's just see. This is a 2 minute, 1.5. All right. I'm going to listen to this first one. There's 2 sips left.
Damn. Shit, we fucking right. We can start with eating, I mean, let's just fuck tonight. I'm not that romantic, I can make you shit tonight. I can buy your flowers, but I mean, I like you, right? I wanna say I like your buddies for your body, right? I wanna be with you, but I forgot how you look like. Can you send me a pic? I'm bored, I wanna fuck tonight. Type bitch calling my phone when she look at me, shimmy. You know, on my phone call. bitches tryna make it up to me. I got like 2 ideas how to make my brother win. Saving for the cash, better ain't no fumbling. Looking out for money, that's a job you find me. Looking out for money, that's a job you find me. Damn, do you understand? I can fuck you better than any fucking man. I can need you better than anyone imagining. I can show you love, you just gotta come in here. Damn, what we want tonight? We can start with eating, oh shit, we fucking right. We can start with eating, I mean, let's just fuck tonight. I'm not that romantic, I can make you shit tonight. I can buy you flowers, but I mean, I like it right. I wanna say I like it, but it's for your body, right? I wanna be with you, but I forgot how you look like. Can you send me a pic? I'm bored, I wanna fuck tonight. That bitch calling my phone when she look at me, she me. You know how my phone calls, put it on DLE. I got lots of more sips, a little with a Hennessy. I got lots of more bitches tryna make it up to me. I got lots of ideas how to make my brother win. Saving for the cash, better ain't no fumbling. Looking out for money, that's a job.
Yeah, Razvan, look, I'm going to needle drop a couple of different spots in these other 2 tracks here, just to get a big, like, complete picture of where you are right now.
Bastards can rise hard.
You sound different. You sound new. Every time I need you, and I can see you miss me and you ain't here. But when it comes to you, I should be there. I don't wanna fight, but I don't get scared. What if it happens when we dead? Tell me what happens when we dead.
Quick needle drop here.
You will. Every time I need you, and I can see you miss me and you ain't here. But when it comes to you, I should be there. I don't wanna fight, but I don't get scared. What if it happens when we dead? Tell me what happens.
Yeah, okay, I want to hear this one too.
What time is it again? Yeah. It's time I fuck your bitch. Hold on, she doing too much. Get her on my dick. Hold on, she doing too much. Ain't gonna.
Yeah, you know, I feel like I'm sure I'm skipping a whole bunch here.
Because we judge each other, saying everything's wrong. At the end of the day, it's the same shit that happens. We kill each other, and that's wrong. At the end of the day, it's okay though, because I showed you love and you showed me.
I just wanted to get a sense of where you were across all 3 of these songs right now, since you dropped 3. We usually only listen to 1. So here's what I got for you. I feel like your ability to put together a track is good. And your vision of like what you want your track to be is good. And I think you're probably getting really close to what you actually want it to be already, which is impressive. You've been, what does it say? You've been following since March 2023, but only started this week to try to make music. I feel like you've absorbed a lot of information in that time or something, because to come out the gates with 3 tracks that are pretty clear and present, we can hear all of the elements in the mix. The balance is pretty steady through them. I mean, I didn't listen to the entirety of all 3 songs, but it shows like you've got a really good, solid grasp of what you're doing on your very first tracks, which is great. It's bravo, you know, seriously. Absolutely. So, a couple of things that kind of stood out to me. The level of the vocal, I like the mumble style, but the level of the vocal can be enhanced just a little bit by saturating the vocal. I don't think that it needs to come up in volume so much, but it will be more discernible. Your vocals will have a more defined edge to them. So it's something that you'll want to B, compare, right? Listen to what you have and then listen to something that's been saturated slightly. But I do think that your stuff would benefit from a little bit of saturation, help get it a little bit more up on top, even if it is at that lower kind of mumble presence. And I don't really want to steer you more than this. You've got 3 tracks here. Each one has its own flavor. I have no idea how much of the production stuff you're doing behind the scenes all by yourself. Is the sound design all yours, or are you going and getting sample packs and preset packs and you're cooking with those? I'm unsure. But what I do know is that you're doing something pretty good for your first few tracks, and I want to hear more of what you're naturally inclined to do. before I start steering you in different directions, because you've got different things on display in each one of these tracks. And I'm assuming that this is your vocals in here. So I'd love to get a better idea of your big snapshot. Like what is the full scope of the music that you're looking to produce? I like what I'm hearing so far. I really do. Danny's saying, I like the drums on this one. They're sick, nice and subtle. That's the 2 sips left. Roku says, I think the vocal isn't really gelling with the track. I think the choice of processing isn't the way to approach it. And Tom Waits types vocals. Same kind of texture. I did everything, but I don't really know how to use FL that well in a week. Yeah, I bet you don't. It'll take you a while. And I hear what Rokusai is saying about the vocals. I'd still like to give you a couple more tracks. Like, I'd love to hear a couple more tracks from you. Like, go back, crank out more. Just chase inspiration, whatever you're feeling like making. Bring it by. Next week, let's listen to it again. Get a good sense of how far away you are from your ideal. Then I know how much to guide you. Squid Pie. Such a good name. Zen Monk's saying, honestly, I don't know. I'm still trying to find myself and how to make it that well in music, starting this week, and see how it works. And I'm down to yeah, absolutely. I would say just keep trying. Like, there's something really special about folks that can produce across a whole bunch of different styles and types of music. I think that it speaks more to the musical nature inside of them than the ideas that they have. And you may very well be someone that's just incredibly musical, and you haven't really given yourself an opportunity to show yourself that, right? So you might find yourself drawn to a whole bunch of different styles and genres. And I would just say explore freely. And don't paint yourself into a corner and say, I produce this type of specific kind of music or genre or anything like that, and just see where it all lands. There's something really special about being inspired by and influenced by a wide range of music. You can meld all of those things together in different ways over time. Yeah, Tom Waits, man. He's great. All right, Squid Pie. This is credits. 2 credits. All right, I think this track is fun. It has a bit of like a low mid kind of focus. It feels almost like there's this kind of flatness to it, and I think that there's a couple of things happening here. I think that there's a little bit of muddiness coming from unnecessary low end frequencies being allowed to dwell in the mix when they don't need to be. So go through your individual tracks, track by track by track, make sure that there is an EQ on each track before anything else, and try to shave off as many of the low frequencies as you can from any of your sounds that are not your main low end element. And that is going to free up a lot more energy in your mix. It's going to help things move a little bit quicker, feel a little bit lighter, and that'll help. That'll help. So I say here that although it has this kind of focus of this like low mid kind of thing, feel to the mix, but I would love to hear a little more mid and mid high presence frequency wise, just to balance the mix. And when that does happen later, 245, this is all pretty balanced frequency wise, but still there's kind of this kind of flat, kind of muddy appeal to it. Part of it is that low end EQing that I was just mentioning, and part of it is downward compression, just constantly kind of chipping away at the peaks of the sounds, so we're not hearing all of the full brilliance of the individual sounds. Part of it is actually that certain sounds have been kind of intentionally attenuated in different ways. The cymbals are very much kind of reserved and muted, and if you unleash those and allow those to ring out, that's going to fill a lot of space and balance the frequency mix of this track quite a bit. So don't shy away from the entirety of the sounds. See what else you can open up. So any kind of compression that's pushing down on the peaks, or any kind of filtering that's pushing down on the frequencies, see what happens when you open those up a little bit and let things kind of bloom and breathe just a little bit more. Part of this also is some saturation. There's kind of a blooming of the overall sound in each one of these sounds and the greater mix that is possible. You just have to apply a little bit of saturation to kind of unlock that for yourself. And you can use something very simple like overdrive. This doesn't need any kind of grit or distortion added. It just needs something to generate a little bit more harmonic information. And that's going to really, it's going to add a bit more depth and define your sounds a little bit more. It'll help them pop out of the mix a bit more. Mike. It is you. Mike is here saying, this one is a work in progress and sounds like I made it for sure. Let's listen. This one's coming out of Band Lab, called This Is Hip Hop.
Def Jam. Here it is. Okay, cut it.
The kazoo!
I went to this club, right? And they had no baggy pants and no sneakers. That was wild. I didn't know what to think about it.
Love the call out of the Beastie Boys here. I think that's going to be feeling really good there. The kazoo is great. Love me some good kazoo. Dialogue up at 105. Cool little reversal at 118 in the transition. Overall, I feel like the track is feeling like it's a bit under a blanket, kind of muddy and withheld. So try using some saturation on individual sounds so they stand up better in the mix, all on their own. And then saturate the mix to help all the elements kind of gel and develop more depth. And there's also absolutely this kind of saucy umami that develops when you saturate the entirety of a track like this. You use some old school tape saturation to get it kind of nice and chunky and a little asymmetrical in its profile. And I think it'll feel so good. All these textures will come right up to the surface, and you'll get a nice dose of loudness out of that as well. That will feel good. 226, I feel like this moment where you're just kind of playing rhythmically, it feels really old school. And then the simplicity of just the djembe on repeat at 250 is just, it's dope. Room for a little dialogue sample at 312. And again, I like your idea about the Beastie Boys style lyrics on this one. That feels right. That feels right. Tripolar. Bong song. Let's see here. Go over here for this one. All right. Here we go. Tripolar.
Don't be
Hell yeah, Tripolar. You have just earned yourself the no feedback of the day. Oh, hey. You got the no feedback of the day. How about that? How about that? So, cheers to you. That just means that I got nothing for you on that one. I think it's great as it is. I love the raw energy. Love it, love it, love it. Everything about it. Solid guitar tone. Perfectly aligned with the rage vocalist. It's awesome. It's good stuff. It's a win all the way around. Very good stuff. Zeep Samthorpe. Give groove. Look at this A. It's a very impressive letter A, sir. Here we go.
Slow motion.
Yeah. Nice movement throughout this. Zeep, there's a lot of stuff going on in this track, dude. There's a lot of stuff, and you're automating so many different things. You're keeping track of a lot of stuff in this. It's very impressive. I love the detuned bend. It's such a nice little subtle touch at 129. 207, really fun build, but I think you can make it change even more over time, more volume change and frequency disclosure, so there's more kind of distance traveled, if you will. So I'm just looking at this little volume dip right here. This is where that's happening. I feel like you could get way down here. If you could like more than double the dynamic range in this section, then I think your track becomes easily like twice as good. It's just because there's that much more change that we've experienced from point A to point Z at the end of this thing. We're going to look back and we're going to think to ourselves, man, just a lot happened in 4 minutes. Like, remember that one spot right in the middle of the song where everything went down, and you know what I mean? There's a lot for people to revisit there. That's really good stuff. 3 minutes in, I think the vocal sample is ace. I think it would also be kind of cool, since it's constantly just like going to the left. It'd be cool to have like one single delay echo every once in a while, not every time, but every once in a while. Get like a repeat back over on the right, like a nice movement. I'll say it again. Nice movement. Lots and lots of modulation and automation. Good movement. All right, let's see what people are saying in here. Kirby Slice saying, I like the panning on the vocal, but feels a little too aggressive for my taste. Far Horizon saying, love that detune bend. That was so tasteful. Yeah, me too, Far Horizon. That was so good. I was there for that. Rokusai saying, it's a party. It soothes your ADHD. Nice. Yeah, give that dip even more. It will knock people's socks off on the dance floor because they will have to lean in to listen. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking and feeling too. Rokusai. Yeah. Rokusai goes on to say, I would even use a low pass to really dampen the feeling. I would too. Yeah, absolutely. Just restrict, carve away, and then give everything back. This is Josh. Alabaster. If you like this track and you want to hear more of it, follow the link back to his YouTube channel. Oh, hey.
Why'd I say I'd man the grill? I don't man things.
The grill. Michael Cera as a grill cook. Ha! He would melt so fast.
I am your alabaster, life you neglected. You haven't polished for years, I don't think you care. You see me every day, I give you reflections, but that doesn't matter, I'm always in your head. Please take some time with me. Oh yeah, we could be together and just be. Break me, I don't wanna see you anymore. Break me, I'll be the pieces
just don't wanna play this game anymore. Break me. Break me. Break me. And I think it's time for us to go our ways. And I think it's time for us to do what we say. I am your alabaster life that haunts you. You're looking back now, and I am barely there. You hear me in the wind, you get a chillin'. What you wanted has finally found its end. So take some time with me. Oh yeah, we could have it end peacefully. Oh, peacefully. Break me, I don't wanna see your face anymore. Break me, I'll be the pieces thrown up out the floor. Break me, I don't give a damn what is the score. Break me, I just don't wanna play this game anymore. Break me, I don't wanna be here anymore. Break me, I'll be the person to walk out the door. Break me, I don't give a damn what life has in store. Break me, I just don't wanna see you anymore. Break me. Break me. Break me.
Yeah, Blazin', welcome in. Boke! I am here. I know, I missed you guys for 2 weeks. For 2 weeks straight, I missed you guys. I was out at the coast for one weekend, and the next weekend, I was sick. Josh, another great song. I will say, it'd be good to have your vocal up just a little bit, like I usually say. Also, you know, Kirby was pointing this out in the chat, that the reverb felt a little bit different between what's on your instruments and what you're cooking with for your vocals. Yeah, I can hear what they're speaking to here. Yeah, I would agree. American Josh Dude saying you should check out the. Oh, Boke, thank you so much. Gotta respect the gazelle. Everybody who just got subscription, please go follow. We gotta get through more. Please go grab your free sounds from the subscriber rewards channel and thank Boke because he's doing amazing things. He's doing amazing things. Thank you so much, Boke. I appreciate you. So Josh Dude's saying you should go check out the rest of the album. I go really crazy on some of these songs, and I would agree. Like, this is maybe the tamest of the vocals, perhaps. Is this the tamest of all that you've brought by? Okay, so back to the reverb. I do think there is a little bit of a reverb conflict there. Roku Sai is saying the production is really solid. Writing too. Really dig the dragged feel of the drummer. I think the mixing still has some places to go. It's just not hitting right yet. I would agree. Folks saying, bro, I've been waiting to show you more music. We will listen to you in just a moment. You been well, Poke? You been good? Appreciate you. Sure, Poke, absolutely. You're totally fine. Hey, that's great. Songs have reached 300,000 views. All your Roblox work has been blown up. And you bought a new car. Another new car. So beyond the Mercedes, now you've got an American V8. What kind? What'd you get? Kirby Slice. It is you. Kirby says, going to be my first release. Would love some feedback on mix master mostly, but also just general thoughts. Sweet. This one's called Binary. Ooh, a former cop car. Nice. Nice.
All night, we the breaks of the night. Do it all night, do it all night. We the breaks of the night.
All night, right, do it all night, do me right, the freaks of the night, do it right. On, right, do it on, do me right, the freaks of the night, do it.
All night, do it all night. We the freaks of the night. Do it all, do it all night. We the freaks of the night, all night. Bring it back up.
Everybody behold the beautiful choo-choo emote. Absolute cinema right there, right? I would agree with that, Boke. Kirby Slice, this is fantastic. Your first release, but not your first song made. It's truly great. It's worthy of being released. It really is. I'd be interested in hearing some of the other stuff that you've made previously. And whatever's coming next, too. I like this quite a bit. Love the palette of sounds that you're cooking with. Love it. And a really good, fantastic sample to play with as well. Really, really good stuff. I don't have anything for you. I mean, I do, mix-wise, but this is your first release. I think that you are probably, well, not probably, you're absolutely not quick to release anything. So I'm not going to say anything that will keep you from releasing this. I do want you to bring more by. I would love to help you level up in whatever other ways you'd like to level up, because this was a really dope song. It's really great. Poke says, this sounds as good as an American V8. Someone is in love with their new car. Oh, man. Hey, just out of curiosity, how did you go about getting the car? Like, was it already where you are, or did you have to import it? And if so, how much of a process was that? I mean, I'm kind of shocked at just how much of a thing cars are in a lot of places. So I'm very interested. Awesome, Book. We will jump in there in just a moment. Yeah, still looking for pointers for future productions. Yeah, Q is closed for the day. We'll wrap up with Boke, and we'll get back at it next week. But you know what, you guys? You know what? Summer break is almost over here, so we will be returning to 3 streams a week soon. We're just a few weeks away from that. That'll be awesome. So we'll have a whole bunch more production time together, and we won't feel quite as cramped on Fridays. All right, Only Goon. Let's listen. This is called Not Anymore.
Only me.
All right, so the only thing I really wish was different about this is that there was a little more variety along the way. And it can be really, really subtle stuff. Like, I don't even know that you need to incorporate more elements in this mix. I think you could get away with very, very subtle resequencing, re-triggering, reversals, just very, very subtle change ups, and I think that might be enough. You can also use some ear candy, just like some transition effects in midair, outside of points of transition, just to grab our ears and allow us to feel like there is momentum. There is this kind of forward progression here. It could be as simple as just very subtle whooshes at just the right spot. And actually, if we go back to right in the middle before this, there could be a little transition assist rather than just going straight into that next 808 note. I think the way you go into that section is just fine, but coming out of it, you could have like a little reversal, you could have a quick little noise riser or something like that. Just a little something to help kind of bridge that gap. Far Horizon. It is you. Let's see what you made. Yo, Far Horizon, these are great. I love the horns in the beginning. I love the textures panned super wide. I love the little strums, and how you've carried that across multiple instruments. I love it. It's a little beefy. It's a little beefy. These really heavy subs are actually affecting my vision in a couple of spots. So I'd bring the low end cutoff up to around 40 hertz. At 12 dB per octave curve, you're still going to keep the large majority of the sub that's sitting around 30. So you're just going to taper off some of that stuff below that. You don't really want all that, right? You don't want too much of that unsettling infrasound rumble in there anyway. Because you don't want like an off-putting uneasiness. You just want like a mysterious uneasiness, right? So I'd roll it up just a little bit. Other than that, I really, really, really like this. It's lovely. It 45 hertz with a 60. Okay. So I would probably side with Rokusai on this one. Because I just said, hey, it would be good to have something like this. And he's saying, no. Let's move it up just a little bit like this, but back it off like this. As long as it's getting some of these frequencies between here and here tamped down just a bit, say by maybe half or so, then yeah. But it does kind of affect my eyeballs a little bit. Blazin says, leave the uneasiness to me. All right, Zodi. Let's see what you cooked up. This is called Darkness. Exodi, I don't have a bunch for you on this. I think it's lovely, deep, dark stuff. I like the uneasy ambience, and I like the kind of harmonic appeal that it's got. I love the decay on the reverb and the washed out vocals. Yeah. I like where you are with this one. I would listen to this again. Ooh, nice, Far Horizon. Yeah, I'd like to hear that too. Rokusai, adding to this thread we've been riffing on, yeah, if you use a 12 dB octave, you affect the harmonics above it, you lose the emotional impact. Since it's almost only sub without a lot of overtones, you need to have a bit of the sine wave from the sub. Therefore, 6 dB per octave fits a bit better. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I love most about that whole exchange? Is Liv flexing her knowledge. Rokusai's back, saying, so a couple of weeks ago, I got to help a young guy with his final piece for the conservatory he was studying at. I helped him with some of the arrangement and mixed the track. Hope this piece of music inspires more of you to think outside of the box, as this track certainly did for me. Absolutely brilliant, and such an honor to work on something truly refreshing. Ooh. Okay. Let's go listen. Whoa! Ooh. Nice little spinner in the outro there. Dude, Roku Saya, you guys did great. Nice mixing. So good. So good. Man. Kid's gonna get an A on his test. Oh. His classmates are like, so how did you do that? It's just like, Roku Sai. Heirlooms. This one's called Dreamer. Oh, Roku, that's going to be in my head for the rest of the day. Woo, that was awesome. Yo, Heirlooms, I'd really like to hear more of your stuff. The sub and the intro, like the first 30 seconds, I felt could come down just a little bit. I really appreciate the exploratory kind of playfulness throughout this thing. Felt like there was a certain amount of like experimentation happening kind of throughout this thing. Nice emotional arc. I do want to say though that I felt like I got to hear your ideas and the type of stuff that you feel is playful, but I'm not sure how much of you I heard in that. I felt like the processing and the changes and everything kind of stayed in kind of a safe zone. But you just shared a whole bunch of different ideas, kind of in rapid fire succession, really. So that kind of tells me that you have a lot more that you could be expressing here. And I would really encourage you to push just a little bit more on the processing, perhaps. Maybe you start with the processing, and then that gives you the confidence to move more fully into the arrangement side of things. But I think that there's more of you that we can hear in your music, if that translates. If I don't know if that resonates with something inside of you, me saying that. Let's see here. Yeah, heirlooms, we do it every Friday. So you can bring back more, or you can bring more when you come back next week if you want. Roku's making a good tip here. He says use different side chains for different elements. That way it feels more organic and less pumping just for the sake of it. This is really just about the predictability of the nature of putting one compressor in place and sending a whole bunch of signals through it and getting one unified pump out of it. And there's drawbacks to that. And the biggest one is that it's very predictable. The second drawback is that it's very uniform. So what Roku is saying about it being more organic when you set all of this ducking up independently is that there's going to be varied attack and threshold and knee and gain reduction ratio parameter decisions on each sound, because you're going to be reacting to each sound differently. I would just really encourage you to have different ducking depths in there as well. So not everything is being ducked to the same degree, and it's not all happening in quite the same exact way, shape, and fashion. And it will have a pretty good impact on the music. It is a noticeable thing. Liv, take care. I second that emotion, Olivia. I have missed Rokusai as well. Okay, so heirlooms, it sounds like you've already moved on from that. Okay, great. Excellent. I guess we are all moving on then. Yeah, definitely bring more stuff by. Okay, so Boke Nero, who just walked in the door and gave away 20 subs, brought in some tracks too. Let's see what Boke made this week. Or actually, probably the last couple of weeks. Are these Ardlap? Or these all say Boke Nero? Are these all Boke Nero, not Ardlap? Holy. I know. The Roku song is going to be stuck in my head. It's not going to leave. It's not going to leave for a while. Heirloom saying, my new stuff is far more cohesive and sounds better, in my opinion. I believe it. Yeah, definitely bring some by for us. All right. Let's listen. This one is Supersonic Emote Song, Ink Game Original Soundtrack.
Everything
Okay. I like this one. I think the pitch work on the vocal is really interesting. It definitely grabs the ears. Really fantastic. Transition at 104. I agree with Rokusai about the hi-hat variability, having the velocity change up. Feel would be good. And totally agree with you about the panning on the vocal. That would have been dope. Absolutely. Rokusai and pan all your percussion. Make use of a tight stereo spread so no things far and wide. Since your vocal is there, but a little bit of spread on the percussion makes a groove really go. Roblox. Boke saying, I guess I don't use 100% of my brain when I make songs for Roblox game. It is very rare that we have space for feedback on your tracks. That's true. All right, this one's called You. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, I want this track in Katamari. That'd be so good. Be so good. Rokusai pointing out the same thing with the hats on this one. Third song has bad mixing, he says. Okay. Made this while I was on a 2-hour trip to Finland, had no internet, nothing as I was in the middle of the ocean. So this is what I could do in 2 hours. Okay, this one's called Clover. Ooh. All right, dude. I like the retrigger on this one, the one that everything's kind of circling around here. Fun vibe, party vibe, playful for sure. I hear what you're saying though about the mix, about the totality of it. 2 hours is not a lot of time, and like when you're sitting on a boat, no connectivity, that's hard enough. But this is still pretty good. I mean, you've got a very complete sound. It still has you running through the whole thing. It doesn't quite have the same amount of juggling and playfulness, like rhythmically, dynamically, but it still has you running through it. Last one, Boke says, last song, I had to do something that the client wanted. Okay. So, Boke saying this original soundtrack plays during the Sky Games game in Ink game. It's a remix of a remix. I must say this though. I hate the mix on this, but I had about 4 hours to work on this. It's just the owner's tradition to commission me at the last second. So why does this sound like a horror track? Well, gameplay-wise, people got to decide who needs to jump down the big pillars. Just one person needs to die, and they will proceed to the next pillar. They may be pushed to death or something else. Oh, gosh. So it's a game of kill your neighbor, basically. All right, let's listen to this. Yo, yeah, this like constant sense of growing tension and urgency. And it can be hard to maintain that for so long, too. It's a good apocalyptic, gritty track here, dude. And yeah, lots of clipping towards the end. I agree with Roku about the big boom and sub. But yeah, this is what the owner has requested from the very beginning, again and again, right? They're obsessed with distorted sounds. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I remember the first handful of times you brought stuff through, and it took me a while to not focus so much of my attention on that because it goes against my gut instincts. But you gotta send what the client wants, right? And the client must be right about their audience because they're pulling in money hand over fist right now. So, folks saying we just have to adapt to Roblox's sound system. Honestly, even if you make a really good masterpiece of a song or sound effect, Roblox will ruin the quality so much. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what they do over there, honestly. I've never sent anything through to Roblox before, so I'm totally unsure. All right, kitty cats, we've gone over by a couple of hours here, so I'm going to go ahead and click on the buttons over here and see who's streaming, who we can go raid. We can go see. It was good seeing all of you again and hearing you. We will be at it again next week, and we are getting so close to being back to our regular 3 streams a week schedule. We'll get back there shortly. In the meantime, I think we're going to go visit our friends up in E-Town. So, I hope you stay inspired. I hope you stay really cool if you're in the middle of a heat wave like me. And I hope you make something really awesome this week so we have more stuff to listen to next week. I appreciate you guys, every single one of you. And have a great weekend. I'll see you on the flip. Peace out.